Yep, we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome. I'm so excited to be here with you today. I will be guiding what is going to be an exciting pitching presentation.
They want to connect because I was river after yesterday for reasons.
All right, everybody. Ooh, am I too loud? No. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Vienna. That was so poor. Okay, let's give it another try. Hello, Vienna. How are you guys? Yes. Yes. So, I just want to see by some hands here who participated over the weekend here in the hackathon. Raise your hand. Say me. Me. Okay. Who of you maybe slept like 5 hours? Raise your hand. 5 hours?
5 hours or more.
5 hours or more? Okay. How about 3 hours? 3 to 4 hours? Okay. 2 hours? All right. Somebody who didn't sleep? Okay. All right. Okay. I asked that question once in another hackathon, and then this couple raised their hands, and we're like, we got you. But welcome everybody. I'm so excited to be here with you today. My name is Juan Guerra, and I'm going to be walking you through this pitch demo that we have for this weekend's hackathon. I'm very excited to be here with you today. We have 11 startups, 11 teams that are going to be coming here on the stage and presenting their projects. So I just want to check it out here. I want you guys, just a little training. As I call the startups here on the stage, I want to make sure that we give them the warmest welcome here on the stage, because it is definitely not easy to randomly come, meet some strangers, or maybe you come with your team and put something together over 3 days. So let's give that a try, okay? If I say yes, you say awesome. Yes? Awesome. Yes? Awesome. Yes? Awesome. Awesome. Yes. Aha, very good. So you got it, very good. Then the other thing that I want to try here on the stage is, let's give some drum roll, okay? How do we give some drum roll? Let's give it up for... Yes! Yes. Awesome. There we go, you got it right there. Somebody's been trained. Very, very good. Okay, so as you know, in the startup scene, in hackathons, they're very, very intense. But we need to make the demo, the culmination of the whole weekend, even more intense. So I want to see a lot of energy, a lot of support for all the work and making sure that actually we have a great time. Let's keep it up. It is Sunday. We all took time to be here today. So let's have some fun. Cool. So just so you know as well, we have a live stream. So we are live right now on YouTube. This little camera right here, it's going to be broadcasting the pitches to people watching us online. So in case you want to watch it, you want to share it, is there a place where we can see that link? Or?
Yes, the link is on LinkedIn.
On LinkedIn. Okay, perfect. I'm not surprised because you've been super active the whole weekend. And so if you want to find out the link where to share the stream, just go to the LinkedIn page of Sustainista.
Yes, and also in Discord.
On Discord, you also find the link there, that if you are in the group, if not, just go to LinkedIn, look for Sustainista, and then you'll find there the link for the stream. All right, so how is this going to go? I'm going to introduce the jury. That way we can get a better overview of who actually is our team of experts who are going to be evaluating the startups, and also get to have a better overview of what actually is on the line. Have you guys heard of some of the awesome prizes that we're going to be giving away? Yes. No? Yes? Yes. Yes. Who's here for the cash? Yes. All right. I saw 2 hands. 2 hands. Apparently nobody else needs that cash. So good to know. You'll take it too. Awesome. So what I would like to ask to our jury team is that as I go through the slides and your name comes up, please stand up, introduce yourself, and then share with us a little bit about what would you like to see and about the award that you're going to be given. Just so you know, jury, we have those mics. They should be off right now. So we can go ahead and turn it on. You turn it up on the bottom, there's a little red dot. You don't need to come here on the stage. You can just stand up from where you are, just turn around, and then we go ahead. Are we guys ready? Yes! Let's give some drum roll and get started. Let's give it up for the first You Remember Vlad. Give it up for him.
Yeah, it's working now. It does? Okay. Yeah, it's so exciting to see everybody here. I'm excited to see how your pitches and ideas evolved since the first time I saw them just a few days ago. And I'm ready to see what your pitches will show us today. I'm representing NEAR today, and we have 15K worth of NEAR tokens for the prize for the winners. So we only have like 2 I doubt that. They have a pretty solid price here.
Isn't that awesome? Thank you, Vlad. Thank you very much. All right. So let's go on to our next You Remember. David, please.
Hi guys. So, time flies. So, yesterday I tried to touch as many teams as it was possible, but let's see what will you show to us today, because a lot of ideas just changed totally. So, I'm representing Rocketo. It's a finance streaming protocol, and we have special award for the guys who tried to do something based on our technology. And I'm really curious about what you show us today, guys. So have fun.
Thank you very much. Thank you, David. Okay, our next You Remember is, let's give it up for Kai.
Whoa!
Hello everyone. My name is Kai Siebert. I'm the managing director of Ribbon Code Energy, and we basically help everyone to bring tokens that are based on physical clean energy assets into all different networks, such as the NEAR protocol. So I saw many projects here, and I'm really looking forward to see especially the components of the NEAR protocol, which enable everyone to have a very easy user experience in front of the table. That's very important for us, because we want to bring these products to the masses, right? Not only to the crypto community, but we want to change the whole world. So I'm looking forward to see that, and obviously, hopefully, have a very cool winner of the Solopreneur Award. Looking forward.
Thank you, Kai. Thank you very much. Okay, so next here, let's give it up for Boina.
Hi everybody. It's been really gratifying to get to know you all. Some of you I've known you personally. Delta Austria, the quality of life depends on the quality of the relationship that you build. Delta Austria is a non-governmental organization, is a community of people who are passionate about blockchain. So if you belong to a community that you don't share your passion, you're wrong. You should come to us. If blockchain is your passion, you should come to us. It's an exciting community, and I am representing them today. We're going to share the innovative business model for energy transition and climate protection. Climate change is a threat for all of us, for our children. That means the more CO2 emissions that you emit into the atmosphere, that means a threat for me, and for you, and for your children, and the children of your children. So we want to know that person, that team that really developed something that's going to make my life more sustainable. This is what we're looking for. We're not looking for someone who thinks to make money. We're looking for someone who has used their creativity for a sustainable business model.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Boina. Thank you. And last but not least, let's give it up for Stefan.
Thank you. It was a pleasure to see you all over the weekend working hard. Today in the morning when I arrived at 7:50, I see first James there, powerful as ever, running around, and also Saad, I don't know Saad, which is here. So I was really impressed by the spirit of you. Some of you, as Juan already said, didn't sleep. And what we want to do with Sustainista is that we enable companies to be more sustainable by using innovative technologies such as NEAR. And we are just at the beginning of our journey to improving the world. And so to say, our award, the Sustainability Award, is the first step, so to say, where we would like to work with this team further to also build our business together with you guys in the next years or the next months. So we're really looking forward to award here and team to go on this journey with you and NEAR and us together. Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Stefan. And let's give it up for our last year member, Romy, Crypto Romy. Please come here on the stage.
Thank you, guys. First of all, I want most that the participant in the hackathon make most out of the project, because I've seen a lot of hackathons already where from ideas and PowerPoints, startups evolve. So it's about you and yourself. When you pitch here, of course, it's exciting, but there could be more. And that should be, of course, first of all, it shall be sustainable, the idea. Just come here and think about what could be a sustainable project. But very important is, show us where's the magic. We want to feel the project. Where can you touch us with your idea? That's really important. By the way, it's not my idea, the magic. MIT has three important evaluation criteria, and more or less we have 5, but we have uniqueness in MIT. They have also impact, and finally magic. And let's see the magic. Thank you.
Thank you. That's for you, actually. Thank you very much. And also, obviously, huge thanks to our partners that make it possible. Thank you, NEAR, for powering the hackathon, as well as Sustainista for organizing it, and everybody else who comes together and making this event possible. Now, we're not going to do roll-up for every single of the 11 startups. I know what you're thinking there, but we are definitely going to clap for them, because it is a lot of work to put together a presentation and pitch a business that you just figure out in 3 days, okay? So what's going to happen is we have 3-minute pitches, okay? And it is really strict. We're going to make sure that we stick with these 3 minutes. We have 11 teams to go through, okay? Immediately after those 3 minutes, we're going to go into the Q&A part. So the startup is going to stay here. The person presenting will stay here and have a 5 minutes Q&A with our jury team. Now, jury, I want you to bring your expertise. I want you to ask questions, help see and shine light on those weak points and where the potential is. One of the most important things is how do we make sure that we identify those technologies of tomorrow, but also how can we help them continue on their journey so that actually they get realized. So we're going to be looking into what have they done over the weekend, what was the traction, what did they work on, the quality of the technology, how sustainable is it, how much potential does it have, and actually how easy it is to use. It is really important that you assess the startups, and actually during that Q&A, not only that you put them to the test, but as well, bring your expertise and help them move forward. Help them shine a light on where actually there's a lot of potential given your area, given your background. Is that clear? Are we guys ready?
Yes.
Are we ready to get this started? Yes. That's all I got. All right, everybody. So, who is going to be our first startup here on the stage? Let's give it up for Blockchain Loyalty. Where are you? Come over here. So, In the meantime, as I pull your slides, I'm going to brief you. Here's your mic. So make sure to stand there. Say hi to the world. Little camera there. Yeah. So I'm going to pull up your slides. And one thing to keep in mind is that I'll set up a timer on that screen for 3 minutes so that you can track yourself. Okay. Can you give it a try? Is it working? Yes. Okay. Do you have the mic? Do you give it a try? Test it? Yes. Okay, it's working. Okay, well, that's how it goes. Are you ready?
No.
No, but you have no choice. So let's go for it. In 3, 2, 1, there we go with our first speech. Time starts now.
Hi, so we're here to present our blockchain loyalty project. So the blockchain technology is getting enormous success. And what we want to do is build a loyalty program for small businesses on top of that would share the same values that we share, and we hope that our businesses will. So we want to place sustainability at its core. So there's really small niche businesses in the 7th district that are super sustainable, but they're having struggles with finding their way into the harsh world of enterprises. We want to target 3 things. We want to reduce CO2 emission waste, obviously. We enable the final customer to donate their profits, their rewards to eco-initiatives, and it's also based on near, which is climate neutral, and that goes in line with everyone's values, hopefully. So how did it look in the past? When you go to a bakery, to a really small business, how do you buy something? You go there, you buy something, you choose what to buy, and you buy it. And how it will work with our loyalty program, you go somewhere, choose something, buy it, and then actually save money and get the reward back as tokens on your Near wallet. And we have our three key stakeholders. Like Near and us will earn a commission fee on every single cashback reward that the customer gets. The customer will save money and be able to join this great network of shops, and the partner shops we want to, and the small businesses we want to address a lot of pains that they have. It's like very often they don't have the resources, the time to dedicate their efforts to developing their own loyalty program, but they also want to join in. But the huge ones that exist, like from Weber Group, the barriers to entry are quite high, and they simply don't take small businesses. So what we want to do is just give them a platform that does it for them. Obviously they would attract new customers and expand and share our sustainable values. So that's that for the network. Can we do the next slide? Basically, 2 ways of attracting new customers from the current customer base and from partner audience. That's it. Also, we have a working prototype that basically is very simple. It just as a partner shop, you log into this simple HTML for now, and you choose how much money your customer spent. Then it generates a link that the customer scans, and then the customer chooses where he wants to claim his or her or their tokens, and that's it. It's like, and we have a potential partner who's interested in launching that, and we're going to build a pilot with them. It's a bakery. And what we want to do for the pilot. So why we want to do it in the first place, we want to do a reality check of whether that's actually viable and gather feedback to improve our system and hopefully achieve our final goal. And in the long run, and hopefully in the near future, we would like to create an international loyalty program that would be around the world, really, and that's the huge advantage of having it in blockchain. It's not tied to any
And time
company.
is up. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, jury, do you have any questions? Let's see. I'm going to start the timer. Who would like to go first? Yeah, Vlad?
I have a question regarding what type of currency do you use? What is it? Your own currency, or is it like near native?
Yes, it's near native. So in the end, we want to do we just want to have it in near tokens. That's how Near also would earn basically. Yeah, and in terms of ease of use for the business, we want to do it. You just enter the amount of purchase in your local currency, and we exchange it to based on the current exchange rate to NIR. That's it, and that's how the customer gets the reward. So the business doesn't need to know what NIR is, even in a way. That's and how much it costs, and
Hi, I come from a small city in Austria, and when I go to the bakeries, one is open Sunday, but they only use cash. How would you cope with that?
That would also be fine for us because basically we don't even integrate it with the payment system. It's just a transaction. The physical transaction doesn't matter what payment method you use. You just enter it in the system, and the bakery would just purchase tokens in advance, and that's what they would use to send it out to the client. So it doesn't matter what payment you use, really. But great that it's open on Sundays. So we also want to work on Sundays.
Hi, thanks. Curious question. Why should I do that with a NIR? So, why I can donate with just cash? Or what is the benefit of using NIR in this chain?
There are quite a few, we would say. The biggest one is just that it's unified. So you're not even tied to a single country or a currency. And that makes it easy to use really and scale it up. That's one of the advantages.
Thank you. Can you elaborate a little bit more on the link between sustainability?
Yes, so basically, because it's a loyalty program, right? So what we want to do is we want to unite small businesses that we don't want to just take everybody. We want to take people who share similar values, and we really kind of get, I think, the struggles of small businesses, and they also want to be sustainable in terms of in many things actually, but it's also not easy for them. Like basically, the sustainability link is that we want to help those small businesses who want to be sustainable in certain ways to achieve that easier. Also, for example, there's this startup, I actually don't remember its name unfortunately, but that produces reusable, it takes coffee grounds and presses it into a reusable cup. And what they do, they don't produce them, they give you this machine to do that. And actually, it's quite hard. It was so super hard, I think, for the startup to launch it, but not only for the startup, now for the cafes, it's hard to get it because they're not in any network and they don't like and they don't have like super great connections. And that would also be one of the things that we want to connect kind of like-minded businesses, and then they can pitch their products to each other and collaborate. And so basically that's
What could be What's your next step in approaching businesses? Because I guess you need a critical mass of businesses using your solution.
Absolutely, we would need to market ourselves. That's one of the next steps. After the pilot, I assume that after we run the pilot, first of all, just some businesses would get interested right off straight away. But we would use also the pilot to develop our marketing further. I guess we would have to do social media, and we would need to look into that. The next steps would be to have a clear marketing plan.
Okay. Somebody else? There's time for our last question.
Why bakery?
That's the best business there is. I think it comes from we got this idea really from this also coffee ground startup. That many times bakeries also want to roll out cool, interesting projects, and they want to be in many things, and that was our inspiration basically.
Thank you.
And that's 5 seconds. So, thank you very much. Thank you for our first startup. Thank you very much. Okay, jury, if you want to write your notes, and in the meantime, we can start getting here on the stage. Our next startup, Near Data. Where are you? Okay. So, here's a
Hi guys, do you feel the hackathon spirit?
Oh
Yeah.
Awesome.
I do, because I did sleep like on the floor here and only about 1 hour, but it was definitely worth it, and we had a great fun and we really feel the spirit. So can I have the presenter?
Yes, so here you go.
So-
Please make sure to stand over here.
So basically, I came here to the stage just to ask you a question. Like, what does chocolate have to do with data actually? And
Wait,
how-
have you started the pitch?
Yeah, yeah.
Ah, because I need to start the timer. Wait.
Yeah, try
Somebody's
thinking about
ready
it.
to go. Wait. Jury, are we ready?
Oh,
You take your notes?
Yes.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, are we ready?
Are you guys ready?
Yeah, ready for a big
Are you ready? All right, let's go. Let's go for it. In 3, 2, 1. Go.
So, I actually came here to ask the jury and all of you just one question. Like, what does chocolate have to do with data? Or better to say, like, how can we measure or see how the chocolate was produced? Like, which brand do I actually buy? And is their claim to be sustainable actually valid? So how would that claim actually be verified? There's companies that don't do data, that are not software companies, acquiring data in a very classic manner. Like, tell your secretary to send data to my secretary via email, or implement the software that, whatever, like hurdles. It's hard to exchange data, and you know how that works, right? So what we deliver is just a data highway, protocol to exchange data between companies. It's actually an app that you give your source, an app that you use, and you put data in and you get data out. It's clear. The demo is available on our website, by the way. So, how do we capitalize on that? We don't want to capitalize on data flow itself, because data is sold by the data producer to the data owner over NEAR. NEAR is just a transaction, right? That is made where data is sold. And the thing that is new is, like, you own your data. You have full control over your data, because you don't have to give it to Google or WeTransfer or Facebook. You have your data, someone buys it and authenticates it and downloads it from you directly, peer-to-peer. So that's actually what's new. So we do a SaaS business model, so people subscribe on a per source, on a per user basis, per volume of data. It's very simple, and they buy for data they consume. So people who use data compensate people who produce data, right? So roadmap is really simple. We build an MVP. With that MVP, we suit our customers' needs. So we are two software companies partnering. We have the need of our customers to have NFTs unlock data. Be it music, be it whatever, be it data rows from a table, we don't care. There's a verification process that we need to build in, like, how do we actually know that the data is good? There's a process I can dive into if there's time later, and then we need to acquire customers who subscribe, so we don't need to do that projects all the time to integrate the protocol, but we do only subscription business and have agencies do the integration, like how it always works with the NFT projects these days. Like, in the technology, I don't want to get too deep in that. We just are the arrows in between, right? We are where the NEAR symbol and the NFT is. Right? We are just a highway in between parties, right? There's a consumer and a producer, and they want to exchange data anyway. Right? You have an app in your Hive where your database is, and the consumer has an app to download and to purchase, and data is exchanged for money, that's it. So our team is very diverse. We are from 3 different continents, speaking 9 different languages, having, I think, a very diverse skill set, and we're actually out of time.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for that pitch. Okay.
You can always visit our website if you want.
So, jury, are you ready? Kai, yes, please.
Thanks for the energizing presentation. I feel really awake now.
Yeah, you have to thank our wonderful coach for that. It was a pleasure, and all of you, thanks for letting us talk to you and benchmark the idea. It was such a pleasure, really.
All right, cool. Like the approach, how do you make sure that the data offering comes from a valid data owner? Or,
yeah, exactly. We don't. We just provide the highway, and you producing the chocolate, you have your producer that provides the data, right? The company who provides the chocolate, the cocoa beans. So you know them already, and you buy the data or get the data from them already. We just put the data flow in a structured manner. That's all.
Okay. Vlad?
Yeah. So, and if you are saying that you need to know your customer, that your data producer well enough, why would you set up the whole process through the blockchain? What are the benefits you gain then?
That's a very good question. Like the only sole purpose of the blockchain here is to make a transaction where it's transparent who bought which data and by which volume, and that money can flow, right? The actual purpose is then to unlock via decentralized authentication the flow of data from the source to the client directly without the old way. We don't need the Google or the WeTransfer. You download it from the source directly in a manner that is structured so you don't have the intern doing the compiling of the Excel sheet manually because you plug your source in our connector in your database, right? Does that make sense for you?
Sorry.
Okay, sorry. Okay. That's
Yes, I do the sustainability question now.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
why is it sustainable?
Yeah, that's a very good point. So we have to talk about the last mile to the customer. When I'm in an online shop, I see a price and I see some claim of sustainability. But what Sustainista does is get data from supply chains and make a rating. And if I have the possibility to buy more and see not only the price but the sustainability rating, which is derived from data in near real time or near blockchain with near data, right? Then you can see the price and the sustainability score, and I buy what higher prices because I know the sustainability score is valid, because it's data driven. And then I have my YÖ app, where I have my YÖs and my sustainability YÖs, right? And my balance rises if I buy more sustainable. That's the idea.
Thanks. It's so surprising that you're so energized. You didn't sleep, yeah. So that's well done. Thanks.
But it's good math, so you know how that works, right?
So, question about streaming. Which roles does streaming play in this idea? Because is it necessary here or not? So is it just for fun or just for transparency?
We provide a slide extra for you. It's a please excuse me for the primitive slide. But still, I've made one just for you. It's a very important question actually. So usually in an academic field you think in one-time purchase. So I just go to our near data website, I have an index and I buy a data set, and that's fine. But in a supply chain application, we would use and need Rocketo because there's the need of constant subscription of data, and there's the need of, if data quality is not good enough, to pause or stop the flow. That's exactly what your protocol does. And it's a perfect application because otherwise we would have built that technology ourselves with that loop and everything. So that's actually, yeah, we need that for building the streaming use case.
Okay, thanks.
It's just an enabler.
They're quite energetic, quite enthusiastic. So are you saying that you're better than Sustainista, and what's your advantage edge when it comes to current technologies that are doing the same we're trying to do?
That's a very good question. No, we don't think we're better than Sustainista. Sustainista is a company of our protocol to take away the hurdle of managing data, because the producers of the data are not data companies, and they have to go there and they send the data, print the data out, and they send it to them, and their interns sit all the night structuring it. So we take that task away and just providing them with a structured and easy to use app to exchange the data. That's all we do. And Sustainista is just another customer, and there's so many use cases. You can build, you can fulfill digital purchases of your online shop with it. You buy an NFT, you unlock data with it. Be it music, be it whatever, it doesn't matter for us. Be it scientific data, soil measurements of heavy metal pollution, you name it. It doesn't, for us, we just exchange of data facilitator. You have full control over your data because you host it and no one else. Imagine you build a decentralized social media platform where you post it, and when you take your post offline, you couldn't access it because you host it all the time, because you have control over the data and you own it, right? Sorry.
Thank you very much. Time is up. Thank you. Thank you, Elena. Thank you. Very well. Okay. The startups are on fire. Nice. Let's move on. Jury, you can quickly discuss. As we call here on the stage, let's get over here. Hurry, where are you? Come over here on the stage. Let's hear it. Okay, so here's a clicker. Your slides, you get a mic, and I'm gonna reset the timer.
Welcome.
All right, so
You ready?
wait. You got it? Okay. Okay, let's give it up with Perry.
Thank you. Hi. So I'm happy to present to you Puri, the social media platform that lets you own your content. So current social media platform content is owned by the platforms themselves. So these are centralized institutions that in some cases have amassed more power than sovereign states. So we've got people need to explain where the US elections went fairly. Is that a sustainable world? I don't think so. I think we should give power to the users to do what they please with their content. And one example for what the users could do, for example, this is the first tweet by Jack Dorsey that was sold for, I think, about $2 million. So this is untapped monetization potential that right now resides all with the social media platforms. What we want to do is we want to bring this potential to the users by letting you own your content, by making, we build an app that basically works like Twitter, but each message is an NFT, so you can directly trade your messages on platforms like OpenSea. It's live now, it works, you can try it out, so we launched it. This is on OpenSea, but you can also try it on the Aurora testnet, which is a near protocol. What we did precisely is we want to go as decentralized as possible. So our NFTs are fully on-chain. This is new technology, so this is basically Twitter themselves saying that they can't do that exactly what we're doing. I don't know why, but it's not that hard. But basically what we do is sort of like, these are fully on-chain rendered SVG files, basically. So like the data is on the blockchain. So you really own that. It's not pointing to some centralized resource. We have a scalable backend solution allows us to scale this because a lot of blockchain decentralized apps have the problem that they don't scale so well. So that's actually where we spent a lot of time on this weekend. We built a scalable backend solution that allows us to bring a crispy user experience that people are used to from apps like Twitter or Facebook to the decentralized world. So how do we monetize such a thing? So Twitter has a problem that sort of like they still have a business model after years, and we here sort of like, since this is something that allows users to monetize their own content, there are lots of hooks for us to allow monetization. So in the NFT world, it's a well-established pattern to use royalties. So whenever people want to sell their messages, we take a small cut of that. There are other things like a customization. So if you want to look at your message to look fancier, we can sort of like, you can pay for that. We have a front end that sort of like that most users would probably use to access the protocol. So we can place ads there like any social media company. And as a lot of social blockchain projects, we have the option to launch a token, although we would want to do this, we want to think it through. If we launch a token, it should be fully sort of like, it should make sense in the protocol. So we've got a team basically, Mustafa is joined us remotely from Turkey, is working on the front end, Manfred is working on the back end, and I was working on smart contracts. And yeah, the last thing we need users. So please, everybody here, I want you to use Pur, tell people about it, share it, link it, and like and subscribe, please. Yeah.
Thank you very much, because that's the time we're done. Okay, so I see already a hand. Hi.
Thanks a lot. So, do I understand correctly? You don't integrate into existing networks such as Twitter, but you try to bootstrap your own network as well.
Yes, exactly. So that's something to be decided. But right now, this is an app that has the same UX as Twitter, pretty much with the blockchain, with sort of like with this NFT add-on, basically. Yes, exactly. So you would need to bring your followers, you need to convince your followers to come.
I understand. So how you want to do this? Is there kind of an incentivization scheme for the early adopters?
Yeah, so the idea is that like what the prime users you want to target there are influencers because they have a reason they want to join, because they produce the content that right now is monetized largely by the social media platform, by the platforms. So we could tell them, if you post your content here, you own it directly. If you get a lot more monetization opportunities. So that's basically like that's all like our core user base, and also like that would bring traction because they would bring their followers.
Understand, thanks.
How dependent are you on Twitter? So if Elon Musk says, we don't want you, they throw you out.
Well, this is an app that has the same UX, but it's like completely independent. Like if Twitter goes down tomorrow, like we didn't even notice. Like it's a separate app.
Okay. Yeah, I don't really have questions. Sorry.
Regarding, then maybe I continue regarding the sustainability aspect. Is there some kind of sustainability aspect you integrated here in Paris?
So in principle, like as like the main angle I see here is that right now social media companies are in some cases stronger than sovereigns themselves, and strong institutions, public institutions, that's actually one of the SDGs. So that's sort of like what I see. We're creating social media, we're turning it back into sort of like a public good, a public service. So we're taking it away from private corporations and putting it into the hands of communities. So that's sort of like what I see as a sustainability angle here.
Great.
Yeah, I have a question here. What part of this project has been developed during the hackathon?
So
yeah. From scratch?
The app was live before, so mainly what we've been working on this weekend is the back end. Okay, so not all of this is live yet. So this is basically like how we use the back end to create a more crisp user experience, which is enormously important for scalability, because Twitter has I don't know how many 100 million users per day. No single blockchain can handle that, but we need something that can do that, and this is sort of like an architecture allows us to do it. Where basically we use the essentially, what we're going to be doing is within the roadmap, we want to enable a thing that we call post now, mint later, where we decouple the actually sending of the message from the minting of the NFT. And this also addresses the problem of, do you need to pay for every message I send? No, you only need to pay if you think this is actually sort of like something that has gotten enough traction that it would actually become valuable. So this is sort of like what we've been working on here, mainly on the back end this weekend. So mainly on this part is close to working now. Yeah.
Do you handle the custody part of the private keys for the user, or do you expect users to register with NIR first and then that will be the signing?
Yeah, right now it's based on wallets, so kind of like you would need a browser plugin, like yeah.
MetaMask? Or MetaMask or?
Yeah, something exactly. Okay, also something like but those yeah. Mm-hmm.
For me as a citizen, why would I post my tweet as an NFT? What's the added value in there for me?
Why would you post it on Twitter?
Yeah. No, why would I post an NFT, a tweet as an NFT?
Why would you want Twitter to own it? Would you prefer to own it yourself?
I don't care. Why should I own it?
Well, if you don't care, then...
No, why should I own it? I have Twitter, that's the job of Twitter.
Yeah, but you can sell it later.
So who wants my digital assets?
Well, the first grumpy cat. If your messages become viral, like the first grumpy cat tweet, for example, or meme, basically that's worth something now to collectors.
Curious? Last question.
I think it's somewhere in the back there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. You said like it's bad that there are like those centralized organizations having all our data and stuff. But how do you deal with hate speech and stuff like that?
Thank you. So the question is, how do we deal with hate speech and moderation? So I see two main angles for tackling moderation here. So one is, I didn't have time in the presentation, but we actually have a system where sort of like you can vote on those messages here, and when there is this user-based moderation, where if the downvotes are like if the a message attracts a lot more downvotes and upvotes, and we're going to fade out the message content here, so it becomes less and less visible up to the point of becoming completely like it's actually we remove it from the code.
And time is up. So, thank you very much, Tony. Thank you. All right. Do you guys plan that? Do you plan to catch? Cool. It just seemed like it. Like a very serious, concerned citizen. I want to know.
Because like I was already like thinking a lot about like such a thing, like it always has some like hurdles that I don't think about, like they are there, right?
Yeah. Cool. Nice. All right. So we got 3 teams so far. Let's move on to our next team, CryptoVolve. Where are you guys? Come over here. Give it up for them. CryptoVolve. Okay. All right. You need the clicker? Okay, just wait a second. Let's go ahead in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hello everyone, we are a small team of, so I'm a physicist, Nikita is a full-stack Java developer, and Kamil is near enthusiast, and he represents German, Austrian, Switzerland near community. Now our idea can be explained by analogy. If you look how energy is delivered to users from energy plant to final consumers, you will see that it's not as a single unit transaction on near blockchain where it's happening immediately. It's not even a direct transaction with direct rate, like direct current. You will find the oscillating current. It's called alternating current. It's much more energy efficient compared to direct stream. And in last half a year, projects which can create a flow of concentrate emerging on near blockchain. And here, the idea is simple. Bob deposits some funds to smart contract, and Alice can claim these funds, but not immediately. The money flowing from the smart contract to Alice, drop by drop. And this is a bottleneck, and what we are doing, we creating a valve for this bottleneck, which can alternate in flow intensity of this flow. For example, we can modulate exponential flow with this simple equation for flow rate, where this is amount which we want to send, and this is how much time left until the flow will be terminated. And area under the curve, it's amount which will be sent. For example, here I want to send 3 near in 100 seconds, following this exponentially growing flow rate. And if I integrate this expression, I will get exactly 3 near sent. Thank you for your attention. And as an outlook, this code will be submitted to this repository. It will be open source, and as we plan to continue working with this smart contract, we will develop user interface and deploy it on Near. So it will be available not only for developers as a tool, but for ordinary Near users who don't write code in future. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Jury, do you have questions?
What kind of problem do you solve here? We create new opportunities, but from sustainability perspective, for example, real life use case. You have a kid, you give your kid school money for a whole week. You don't want to give him this money immediately. You want to release money gradually every day. Kid can get access to some amount, but not full amount on Monday. You can do this. You can
exponential.
You can give money exponentially. For example, closer to the end of the week, your kid will have more money than in the beginning, and he can have a nice weekend.
And as example, you can play against volatility, changing flow intensity. If NIA goes down, you want always to send a stable amount in dollars. If NIA goes down, you increase flow rate and you send more NIA. So recipient gets always stable amount in dollar. But you send NIA, changes the flow rate, for example.
Yeah, thanks. If you would be a startup, what would be your next step? So you have the technology, but how would you scale that, and what would be your next step? Just to understand. So, what about have you been thinking this whole week? So where can you use your technology?
So the technology, as already told, we deploy the smart contract. We have our GUI user interface. People can interact with it, and also we probably will write a command line interface for this smart contract. So allow cross contract calls for other developers to use this technology.
Yeah, I mean,
the
real world, not with the devs.
Which financial opportunities it's open for an entrepreneurs? How to make money with this idea?
No. Where would be the touch point with the real world, with the resource usage?
I don't know.
No, it's fine.
Let's see.
Thanks.
The link to the sustainability. I know you presented this before. The function, and you talked about the functionality of the new functionality of the blockchain. So give an example related to the energy, so that everyone can be on the same page.
So as I told, now on NIA you have atomistic transactions. You have transactions with constant flow, but maybe using this kind of flows, you can leverage it in sharding, which NIA has, to make, as I understood, there is locked amount which is not accessible on a network, and using this not linear flow, you can make this amount less. So more NIA is available for users of NIA network at every moment of time.
Yes. Sometimes it gets muted.
Yes. First of all, thank you very much. It's obvious that you create some value in the way that you increase the knowledge about blockchain. So that would be an answer for myself if I see a project which you didn't, but it's clear. And you were very honest that you say maybe there is no startup link directly to make money, but probably in future is. So I will not ask any question, but it's just to tell you, yes, continue the way, open source, offering opportunities to make blockchain more sustainable. Yes, that's part of it probably. So thank you.
Thank you.
Gary? All right, thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Thank you. That's Krivkoval. Thank you very much. All right, everybody, how's it going so far? How's it going? All good? Yes? Is it yes? Nice. So I see that you're discussing, it's getting loud, you're getting into the teams, into the concepts. We're flying through this list right here. So let's get the next startup here, the next team. Charity, coming over. Okay, there you are. Come on, give it up for them. Charity. Here's your clicker. Here's your mic. Thank you. In the meantime, I'm going to set up your slides. I'll prepare the timer. All right, guys. ready? Ready. Let's go for it. Come on, Caspar.
Yes, thank you. Welcome. So my name is Casper. I'm here to show you the project Charity, bringing transparency to charitable giving, meaning that we want to make it more transparent how businesses are spending their donations. Currently, I think there's no easy way for businesses to show actually what they're doing. I think everyone knows the business that they do, like, let's say they have a sale and they plant a tree, or they give away free shoes for every pair that they sell. How can we track it? Is it really there? Is it really active still, or is it something that in the past? And we want to create kind of the most transparent way of showing it. I think that's for the SMEs, one of the critical things that they want to do. They want to show that they're doing good, and they want to show that they're still doing it, and not only saying it online or on paper or somewhere in an interview. And it's also a way for them to show to their consumers or their customers that what they're doing with the money that they receive, and that they actually can also support the business that you're buying products from, that you know how they are spending their money as well in a good way. And lastly, for the charities as well, there's of course, I think currently it's very difficult for them always to find new money, because they are having to spend a lot of money to get money to use in their charities. So we're trying to get that a little bit easier as well for them. So as I said a little bit, so Charity enables SMEs to show what they're doing. We'll try to do that in a way that we create an NFT. So there's a stream, you create a stream with the protocol. That stream enables you to show the NFT. The NFT will be visible in a website or on your LinkedIn profile. And then you can see that NFT growing as well. So the longer you do it, the more you see your NFT growing in a way. It's full transparency, so you can always check it. It's for the consumers, it's for the businesses, it's for the investors. Anyone can see what you're doing and how you're doing it. And of course, as I said as well, like we're trying to also create the NFT to develop over time. So the longer you do it, the NFT can change, showing your dedication to the cause that you're supporting. We created like a very short dashboard. So this is a business, Hoppa, and they are supporting Greenpeace and just now also the WWF fund. From here, I would say this is just the overview. The platform should provide you access to show everything else. So you can select others, you can select the monthly fee that you want to do, and then it's ongoing as a stream to collect the data. Here you see below, you see already the charity. So if you're having it active, you show them on your LinkedIn or your profile. Now, so we use the protocol that are here, so near Rocketo. And the revenue business is 1% based on your donations, and we have a 10% fraud because we want to check if businesses are using your name, your charity in a wrongful way. Team, we have two techies. We have a working solution or a prototype, and of course the business people here on the left.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, jury, Kai?
Yes, thanks for a very crisp presentation. How can I see my NFT growing?
Yeah, so that's a very good question. I think we would work in the dashboard for the NGOs and charities. They can create these different NFTs kind of. And over time, if you spend more and more, so the duration or you reach a certain level, the NFT then changes on your dashboard, and that's like we create the I would say integration into LinkedIn or your website builders. Kind of you can have your I would say it automatically updates your NFT kind of based on what you do. So let's say you support planting trees. You start with one, and then hopefully after a year you have a small forest, and then you can picture it, I would say, evolving.
All right. Thanks.
Yes. Yeah, I have a more technical question in progress. So I wonder, and not so technical.
Okay.
So is this whole project was implemented during the hackathon from scratch?
Yeah. So like we're actually working on like the first project is a payment method for businesses, SMEs to accept it. So this could be something that we actually try to implement it in our dashboard as well. We talk to businesses that actually would be willing to something to support it like this, that they could choose as charity from our dashboard, but it's completely different. So we came up with it, I think,
That's right.
yesterday. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. We first had a beer thing, but that was not serious. Yeah.
So is it deployed and we can actually play with it?
No, so I think we have a very basic, so I'm now overselling what Adam did. So I'm a little bit overselling, but there is like a front end. You can select a charity and you can select how much you want to do and you can donate and you have a success message. And we had like a simple implementation that you can create this stream in our dashboard. But it's far from maybe. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Also, in terms of innovation, are there other similar projects in the market? I know some, but how is your USP?
So our USP, I forgot to mention that. I think we're trying to really do the local part. So I think as a business, like the big ones, I think they're easy to get money. The smaller ones locally, they benefit the most. So I think if you are active here in Vienna, you want to support the Vienna or Austrian causes and not, I think, the bigger ones. I think for this, for us, that platform, that marketplace would be a unique setting. Yeah.
Thanks. Usually companies donating just with the one tranche for any organization who needs money, but you're suggesting to do that with a stream. But what should I do as an organization who needs money when I would just need to wait for the stream and it would be the 1 year stream, for example, but I need the money just tomorrow?
Good question. So I think our platform should provide both options in a way. I think for now it's the contribution thing. That's like I think a lot of people probably here have it, like 1 or 2 contributions to donations every month, 5 or 10 euros. That will be a little bit similar how we would like to do it, but in the end I think if once you have the charities on board, you can create the NFTs with them, and then it can also be a one-off, and then you can keep the token or the NFT. What I didn't mention, so if the stream stops, your NFT loses, so it should disappear from your overview, so that's actually really what you're supporting now.
Yes, I guess you should talk to the guys which were before you, because their technology fits kind of your project. Yeah, thanks.
Quick comment, I appreciate the intentionality of your project. Every hard space gets better, expands when it's shared. I don't think that it's for me as a donator, it will cost me much more money through your platform than to go directly to Greenpeace and give it the money and they send a confirmation.
True. But it's future perspective, right? So in the future, crypto will take over. So you need people will have crypto already. That's one thing. And I think second is also like the crypto or the charities. They will start accepting donations with it. So I think it will become less of the onboarding, on-ramping that you need to do now, or off-ramping.
And last but not least, the sustainability question. So why are you fostering sustainability with your solution?
Why?
How?
I think it's providing the local, very sustainable projects a platform to easily connect with businesses that are able to support them. So it's a tool to have a bigger reach. As I think before is also, if you're a smaller business, you don't have the reach, you don't have the network, you don't have the knowledge to do it. We can help you with it.
Thank you.
And maybe one more thing from my side, if you don't mind. We actually also support, charities that have a sustainability aspect. So, for example, that want to support carbon removal and stuff like that. And of course, we use the NEAR protocol, which is one of the most sustainable protocols out there. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, that's it. Time is up. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Guys, we are flying through this list. We already did 5 startups. How about that? 5 startups. Just like we flew over this weekend, we just flew by 5 startups. So we're almost halfway through, and there's something that I want you guys to think. And is that actually, let's imagine that I have an imaginary button right here, and every time we press this, we say, ah. Let's give it a try. And so we are almost finished with this hackathon. As you'll see, as we get to the end of this event, we start getting more emotional because it has been very intense, and more people start drinking more and more. And so together we'll be all. All right, let's move on to the next startup. That's it. Cheapest neighbors. Cheapest neighbors, where are you guys? Coming over here. guys, where are you? Okay, Peter, there's your mic, your clicker. Okay, I'll set up the timer for you. Are you ready? Okay, let's go for it.
So hi, I'm Peter, and you're having a bad deal with your investment into solar energy. But don't worry, because the decentralized solar community is near. Marcus and I want to invest in solar energy, but the issue is that we live in a cloudy, small Austrian town, and we also don't have the money to pay for solar panels by ourselves. And so the only way for us to invest into solar energy is with corporate projects where we have no control and who have a high limit of transparency. That's why we have designed the multi-sided platform, which brings together the three stakeholders, being people who have space, companies who set up and who operate power plants, and the third, investors. Those are screenshots from our prototype. So first, the person who has space puts in the space, where it is, how much space it has. The second step is that companies can make offers for setting up the power station and operating it. And then all the investors see the offers that have been made for each separate, see all the offers that have been made, and then can decide which offer they want to invest into. And the first effort, which is fully financed, will be then used for the rollout. And in this way, we have like the good option that we can fractionalize the project NFT and then have a clear stake based on who invested how much of the total sum within the project NFT. This is great because it builds a great basis for the profit distribution. It opens a lot of new business use cases, for example, for secondary market trading, and it also gives equal power to the stakeholders, which means that it's making the asset way more attractive. How did we do it? In our prototype, you can create the project and you can make the offer. And the smart contract has been written in assembly script, and it's interacting with our front end that has been written in React. We will succeed because we have a uniquely decentralized, transparent and involving solution to this issue. We are involving an area that has so far not been covered as part of the blockchain. And furthermore, we are allowing various new use cases, and we will finance ourselves by earning money with margins that we have on the investments that are being taken over our platform. The three of us are graduating informatics students with a bachelor thesis focused on the blockchain. And last but not least, what we're asking for is legal expertise to make the investment part work in the current legal framework. Secondly, electronic sector expertise to make it all work in the sense of electricity and electronic grids and markets. And last but not least, an open ear for upcoming technical challenges. Thank you very much, and please get to your report. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. All right, jury. You have any questions? Yes. Give me a mic.
Thanks a lot. Thanks. Thanks for the great presentation, Peter. Two questions. How do you make sure that the projects on the platform don't cannibalize each other? So, no project will be done because, there's no winner in a given point in time. And the second question, sorry. No. How do you pay out your investors?
So thank you for the two questions. To question one, this is a question that we also concern ourselves with. So if we have like 3 offers and none of them reaches 100%, there's multiple solutions. One could be that the offers for the other solutions, for the other offers, that if by the end there's no consensus, so no offer has 100%, they just agree that the offer that has had the most funding gets the funding from the other objects, or it just fails, but I think the option 1 would be nicer. And the second question was, I'm very sorry, I forgot.
How do you pay out the investors in fiat, in crypto, in energy?
Yes, thank you. This is the second part, which we have not focused on so far, but the situation is that obviously we could use crypto, but the situation is that once we sell electricity on the electricity stock market, so to say, the electricity market, we will have fiat involved. So we would need to find a solution for that. We have not focused on that part. It was more about the first part and transactions.
Thanks.
Comment from my side. This project already exists from another company, and I find your idea really great because it gives. The reason why I find it great is because it gives the chance to communities to invest in solar panel project, and that's the idea behind. That me as an owner, I'm not investing anymore on solar power plants, but the entire community, let's say if we're close to each other, invest on solar panel, and you are the one who's facilitate the entire project. Great, very good. I'll pass.
I'm interested in your next steps because you just mentioned that you need expertise, but so just a talk, or what do you need exactly?
So it's two areas that we need expertise in. If we go back to the slides, the first one is the legal expertise, which means that we are no experts in investational right. Because right now you have especially two versions. You have the buy and lease versions with solar panels, and then the second one is that you're simply giving away capital to a company or organization via crowdfunding, and then they're realizing the project for you. And we have a little different approach to that, and we want to talk to a lawyer to find like a solution for that, because the thing is, we don't think that the challenge is a technical one, but rather a legal one in the current state. Yes, and the second one is how do we, in the end, most efficiently use the produced energy and then calculate from where revenue comes and how it's being produced in the next steps.
Yeah, one of the questions, how would you address the hardware problems? Because for this model you need smart meters, and we have in some areas in Austria lots of smart meters. In Slovenia there are 80% smart metered, but in Austria it's low. So the question would be, how would you address the problem?
Hopefully with reason. Cool.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, thank you. That was another question.
Thanks. Question dash comment. You know, the sun is shining just a part of the day, and if we would have, I don't know, a year with 30 sunny days, so I'm actually from the city where just 25 sunny days a year, so, and it would influence on your community and on the earnings. So question is, how would you handle that? And the comment is probably you might decentralize your community incomes with another natural sources of energy.
Well, this is obviously these are next steps that we could also take other sustainability sources of sustainable energy sources. But I think the way that the energy network is currently handled, it's also very easy to be influenced from the outside. So I think energy is a big topic, and I think this is a way to approach it further.
Yeah, and besides the besides the cryptocurrency, what's the other use of the blockchain in your project?
Well, the use of the blockchain gives you the obvious advantage of decentralization. So you have transparency, and you have also a form of control by choosing the offer. And it also provides a very understandable staking of the ownerships, and it's just more transparency, gives you more control and more power, and just to ensure that whatever happens with your money and that your decisions actually influence what is happening in the whole project.
And time is up. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you guys. Okay. Cheapest neighbors. Let's move on to the next team. B side. Where are you guys? Coming over? Is that you? Okay, coming over. Give it up for them. B side. So I guess you're presenting, Dominic?
Yes.
Here's your mic. You need to click that way to this laptop, okay? Yeah. You meant, just type.
Okay.
Are you ready?
I think so.
Let's go for it.
So, hi, my name is Dominic, and we have a problem. So, as you may know, it always was, and it still is really hard to live for artists and musicians. So, I was a musician myself, so I really know what I'm talking about. The good thing about it is that musicians and artists always came up with great new ideas to come in contact with the community and so on. And some of you maybe remember back in the days with the vinyls, so the big CDs, there was an A side where the commercial music was on it, and then there was a B side, and it was like the magic box. So that's where the things were magical and surprisingly. So often you didn't know what's going on there. Unfortunately, with new technology like streaming services, internet, all this magic is kind of gone. And that's where we come in with the new B side, and we want to bring it even further. So, why? In my opinion, music and art is not just for fun. So it's not just a passion. In my opinion, it's all about humanity. And alongside love, it's the reason to live somehow. We want to support artists. We want to create a sustainable platform for music creation, a fair platform. And also we want to push NFTs and the trust in NFTs even more. So for artists and the community, artists will get the possibility to sell access tickets as NFTs. So not the art as NFT, but an access ticket for exclusive content. And they will get featured on our platform with us and stuff like that. Communities can support their favorite artists. They will get the exclusive content, and they will have this feeling of the mystery box back. And they will also have the possibility to resell the token again, so the access key. Yeah, this is a demo of our homepage. So you can see the featured artists, newcomers. Side fact: all the artists here are already part of the program. So we will start with them, but there are just a handful of all. We also will have some info page for the technology behind it. So if somebody wants to read what's the magic behind it. If you go into a band, Naked Cameo for example, you will see all the B-side tickets that they created earlier on. So this can be a concert ticket, or this can be a ticket to a B-side, which is like on the right you see the ticket itself, the NFT, and then you have the content like the lyrics and the song what you can play. So and if you listen it for 1 month, you can resell it again and somebody else can buy it. How does it work? So this is where Mir comes in. Of course, I don't want to dive too deep into, but our job will be to provide the platform. It should be easy to use, no technique needed for all this stuff. We will host everything. We will generate the NFTs, and we also will translate the cryptocurrency and do the NFC authentication. So that the artists and the community can interact easily. What do we need? So we have the 3 parts: service costs, marketing, and human resources. I don't want to dive too deep into. If you have questions, just ask. But something like 10,000 euro or dollar would help us a lot to start this project, because we really need much in marketing. Yeah. We are Emmanuel, Artyom, and Dominic. Yeah, great team, I think, and we are besides, and I want to finish with a quote: music is the language of passion, so I welcome you to go with passion with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's restart. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Daniel. So, Vlad, you have a question?
Yeah, sure. It was a great talk, but I wonder, have you explored other platforms out there? Because there are many marketplaces, NFT marketplaces, namely Mint-based, based on Near as well.
Yeah. We did a market research, but the main problem, and we faced this problem as well, is that most of the platforms, or I didn't know another platform that does it. They save the art in the NFT, and that comes with the problem that the art is online. You can buy it if you want to, but you can also just right-click and download it. So why to buy it? With this, there is a reason to buy it. So you can, as a community, you can say, okay, I want to feature that artist. I will pay him €5. Moreover, I will get this mystic box, maybe some outtake videos, stuff like that. But only people with access can see it, and the artist also can say there are just 100 tickets, 1,000 tickets, 10 tickets, so it will be exclusive. And if somebody resells again, there will be the ticket again there, so all is an exclusive factor. And I don't think that something like that exists, so as far as I know, it's only the NFT art, but not the NFT as access to art, so, or am I wrong?
Yeah, Mint-based tries to do that as well. They have like prototypes and concerts.
Yeah, we will start locally, so this is a just pure Austrian project, and we are really the first one who made this step to the Austrian market. So this is our USP.
There is no battery. Okay. Stefan? So regarding sustainability aspect, as you are supporting local artists, can you explain us a little bit more how you focused on this topic?
Sustainability. Yeah, it's not like the others select like the climate sustainability. It's more like human sustainability, artist sustainability. So I also can ask the question, why to save Earth if there's nothing left to save?
How will you support young artists? What can we expect? So to make it a little bit more understandable.
Yeah, we will work, especially in the beginning. We will work together with the artists. So we will invite them to the platform at the beginning, and we also will have programs to really feature newcomers. So we will have big features just to make traffic. But we also will feature newcomers, go to them, say, hey, do you want to be a part? We will help them with all the procedure. Maybe we can also financially help them with time when the platform works.
So they will also bring the community when I got it right.
Yeah,
right. When you speak about human sustainability, I need to say something about, you're right.
Yeah.
Humans people need to find a platform where they can share their passion. Now, you, at the moment that you're speaking, your platform is the same in terms of technology, advantage, edge is the same like others. If you can add a sustainability factor in terms of the way you run the platform, then we talk about climate change impact.
So you mean create climate sustainability?
To add a certain factor, to add in the way you run your platform, maybe accept artists. Artists are use materials that are not so healthy for the planet. So I'd really appreciate if you add that factor to your project.
So in terms like rules or something?
In terms of standards, whoever joins there, and in the way they do art, and whether it's sustainable.
Yeah, well, thanks.
Thanks. There is a project in the Neo ecosystem called Dao Records. They do music streaming. Yes, probably you can dive into this project and talk with them. Yes, just a comment.
Thanks.
I'd like to know how much progress have you been through during the hackathon from the pitch?
When we came here, we had a whole other idea, so we just took one day to 100 times change the idea until this idea was there. The current state is that we have the back end, so all the NFT authentication and stuff is working. So the front end is designed, but not there yet, and not coded. So there is still many stuff to do, but in terms of realization, we are almost there.
Do you think it will simplify the audience, attraction of the audience to the artists through the blockchain? Will not be an obstacle instead of the attraction?
I think it will be an attraction to support your local hero and also get some magic musical thing with it. In terms of NFT, and you also can resell it and get some money back.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. That's the side. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, guys. All right. So we move on to the next startup. That's gonna be Green Protocol. Where are you guys? Coming over? Come over to the stage. Green Protocol. There we are. Let's give it up for them. Welcome, guys. Okay. So you're presenting, right? Who wants a clicker? No, that's not the one. Okay. Let me just put this away. So that's working. I'll go ahead and set up the timer for you. And are you ready? Yes. Okay, let's go for it.
Hi, so my name is Joanna and this is Mustafa, Andre and Errol, and together we want to change the world. Like all of you, I guess. No, we just don't want to change the world. We want to create a new incentive system for households to save more energy. In future, we will need way more energy, and we have too little capacity, like in order to not get back to the dirty energy production. So what we need is, for example, way more PV plants. And if households already have PV plants, well, there's no proper incentive system. So households often are wasty and they only produce for themselves, but not for other people. So what we want to do, we want to create a new incentive system, an more attractive incentive system by bringing together the households with the corporates, and my colleague Mustafa will introduce to you now how we want to do it.
Yes. Thanks. Currently, the state is that the EU distributes certificates to the states, and the states are auctioning them to the companies, and the companies can trade between them the certificates to rebalance the CO2 emissions that they are emitting into the atmosphere, right? What we would like to do, without touching the current fund of the EU, add additional 20% of certificates, which on top of the 100%, and distribute them directly to the households which have the PV plants. They are measuring the kilowatt hours. Based on that, they are issuing the certificates based on a ratio. Those certificates can then be sold on a marketplace and then sent back to the companies, and the companies are confirming that they have bought these certificates. Yes?
So we prepared a short proof of concept, what it would look like for you. So you would most likely connect with your Near wallet to our dashboard. You can see your tokens, and let's say you have a surplus, so your device on your network sends that it provided 56 more kilowatt hours. There will be tokens minted for you, and if you want to gain precious money for that, you will swap it for euros, which will make a transaction to the exchange, and you will get euros for that. As you can see, the balance will be subtracted.
So this is our team. We already introduced ourselves, and yes, we want to change the world by incentivizing the saving system. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Bartol. Thank you. Okay, so Jury, do you have a question? Hi.
Thanks. So it took us, I think, more than a decade to get to kind of some tangible prices for green certificates so that they really count, right? So people really, large companies, they really care about it. And also that the projects that are developed, they receive some tangible money back. So if you add now 20% to the volume, this will reduce the price of the certificates. Have you thought about this, and how, what's your approach on this? Or did I understand this?
The regulation is getting tougher and tougher and tougher. So it's quite obvious. I'm also from the automotive industry. I have been at AVL working, and we are developing the cars and the engines, and it's very tough. That's also why it happens that there are a lot of scandals around these measurements, because it's very hard to meet. And it is quite easy for the government to regulate these measurements, to say, okay, it has to be even more tougher, you have to pay even more, and that's the way how they can rebalance the funds. They are saying, okay, we are not losing, but in this case, if we are increasing now the certificates, they are increasing the supply, but on the other hand, they are also increasing the demand. By saying the penalty is getting even more if you're not buying.
Okay, understand. So you're considering Herkunftsnachweise, HKNs, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. And it's also the cool thing at the NEAR protocol is that you can use the multi-token, and the multi-token can save the information where these certificates have been issued to, distributed to. So a company like Daimler is producing the Mercedes G-Class that nobody of us can afford it, but they are very, very pollutant. you can say, okay, they have to buy from Austria a certain amount of certificates based on this. And it's quite easy because you have a single point of regulation. It's easy to adapt or to change.
Thanks. Somebody else?
Johanna, I'm very happy to see a diverse team. You're the second female speaker, so I'm really happy to see a diverse, gender diverse team. This is one piece of advice, not only for you, but everyone who is on the stage. Everything you do, when you mention sustainability or we change the world, it's very important to put into perspective. Let's not forget why the hackathon was organized. The CO2 market. There is a CO2 market that every company needs to address and declare their CO2 emissions. And the reason for that, while it started to be legalized and mandatory, why factories need to buy CO2, sell CO2, is to put human beings and people who work in these factories to produce less, to save energy. So my question to you is, incentivizing solar panels that he, she is using, is it really worthy? Will your project make all this here save energy? Will that be a good motivator to save energy? This was the main reason why US market initiated the CO2 legalized carbon market. Yeah.
It is additional incentive because as you already know, if you are feeding back to the system, you are getting money anyway. But there is it leaves a door open also for more an economic trade ground to incentivize the city to build upon these certificates. Also to get, because as Johanna can explain, also the penalties are quite high. So you are getting 23 cents, that's right, yes, for feeding back to the system. But based on the measurements that the EU was already regulating regarding penalty.
So for example, for the automotive industry, it's 59 euros per kilometer CO2, or if you're over the top, so it's quite a lot. And also, of course, I agree with you, it's only one step, but it's a good step in the right direction, so why not going that way?
And also, there's another motivation here, that you can append the system that's already existing, because it's just only a one-time incentive. How about thinking, okay, I build more and more and more, like a mining farm, but instead of using energy to destroy, to emit more heat into this atmosphere, we're using the energy to feed the neighborhood and so on and so forth. So we're incentivizing, we have a long-term incentive, and also gamification possibility.
And that's the time we got. Thank you very much. Thank you, Green Purple. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. All right. So, we're going to go to the next team. Happy Coin. Where are you? Happy Coin, are you here? There you are, coming over. So that should work perfectly. Peter.
Thank you.
Here you go. Here's your clicker. You go that way. And I'll reset the timer for you. Are you ready? Let's go for it.
Some of the people call me as an ambassador of happiness, and this is the connection to the happy coin. I don't know which one of you read the happiness report at last, or has it at home on this table? I guess not. An old one. An old one, really? Thank you. But no worries, I brought a result with me to share with you. And this report from 2021 is the first time speaking of increasing fear on the world. Which means we have insufficient mental health support, we are expecting recession, and poverty is already here, and a lack of resilience and happiness and trust is also mentioned in this report. Yeah, I know I'm leading you now in a field, but I take the loop up again. What has that to do with you? As you are the lead in a company, it has affection on the people. The last measurement from FFG says 1.4 million people have the feeling that they cannot afford their life. So when you think about Austria, it's 7 million people around here. So it's pretty much, and it's about the feeling, yes? 65% of the companies cannot engage people at the moment, so there is really intense market finding talents, and 71% of the employees say they would leave their job the next day, but they don't do it. Can you see the problem? And we found out that this is deeply connected with fear of transformation and fear of change. And now I let it go because there is the solution. Happiness. Science says happiness creates sustainable relationships, sustainable success, and sustainable health. How do we encourage that? By learning, empowerment, and co-creation. As you can see, I brought another statistics. This is our focus for the next years. We are focusing on the field of the women, I have to say, I have to admit, for all the men here. Because there we see with empowerment, we could empower the whole job market in Austria, because 1.2 million women are living in a precarious employment situation. How we do that? We have a lot of tools, readiness and talent report, we have an app, we have a mentoring and training program with 55 funny birds like me. We have a big portfolio of time donations for experts. We have places to live for this period of time. We have co-working spaces. So we have a lot of opportunities to lead people through their professional transformation. And when you ask yourself, why is he here?
That's the timer for them.
Oh,
you're out of time.
I am?
Yeah.
This is the result, the Happy Coin. It's about engagement through token. We have the token already on a platform. And we transfer knowledge. We are this form of registration. We are different forms of knowledge transfer.
Let's leave it there. Thank you very much, Peter. Okay. So let's move on to our jury. I'm going to start the timer. Jury, do you have any questions? Stefan.
Check. Yeah. How?
It just gets muted sometimes.
There.
Yeah.
How?
Wait.
On the top.
Just a second.
How? Please click on the top.
No, the problem is they're both running out of battery.
Let me see.
Check.
How do you use near future for the Happy Coin?
At the moment we don't, because our token is explored on X-Style, but it would be an opportunity to talk, I would say.
Yeah, just give the mic to the next question.
Moderator too.
Peter, I am happy to hear all of this. Charlie Chaplin would say, one of the biggest things that I fear is poverty. If there is one thing that degrades the economic dignity of a human, is poverty. So I'm happy, and this is the reason why we're here, to see whether blockchain, used in a sustainable way, can tackle some of the biggest challenges that humanity is facing. After COVID, 3 million women are jobless. And I definitely want to hear more about how you are tackling, especially choosing women that are physically at a very vulnerable place, the disabled women. And I will quote now one of the greatest economists who says, if you want to see the state of a country, have a look at how they treat women. So if you can elaborate a little bit how you tackle that problem through blockchain, would be fantastic.
The thing is that tokenization of knowledge gives you a smaller entry point to get in contact with new informations, right? The thing is that people are stuck at home and not going to and meeting other people in forms of co-creation. So for us, it's the first step to get them on a platform to talk with them and give them information and empower them to go into co-creation again. And it's about a little funny and happy aspect. So when you do this podcast, for example, so we make a podcast together, someone is watching it, then he gets a happy coin, and as a reward for that, he gets a coffee from another donator for his happiness.
Sorry, I have a question. Yeah, which role does the tokenomics plays in this model? Because I see that now, as your token would be listed somewhere, it would cost something, and it's just the financial flow. How would you control your project with that, or what is the purpose of token itself in this chain?
That's a wonderful question, and you said a word that has to do with money. This token you can only get with time donation. So you cannot exchange it with another currency. This was the special process with the regulator. So we defined it that way, that only time donation is the reward.
I have a short question. What did you develop during the hackathon?
That's a good question, thank you. It was I have a big team actually. Let me show you. It was about mentoring and getting to know people and talking about my story and hearing how we are on the right track. And what we also found out is that the NFT is the next step into making it more visible.
What do you think would be the next step for you?
Developing the NFT.
And how exactly will that, like, is it the only way you would interact with the audience, or in just one?
Yeah, it's always a combination of digital and analog communication, I would say. When you look at the program, it's really about mentoring and training, so you have to interact with people. I think this is the reason why we're here in this world.
Who decides who gets how much happiness?
Everyone himself. We just made one rule that when you learn 15 minutes, you get one happy coin. So the more you learn, the more you engaged, the more opportunities for happiness.
How do you measure that?
Time.
Yeah. So just like on a voluntary basis.
So when I take this example podcast, when you do 30 minutes of podcasts, we measure that, and then you get 2 happy coins on your wallet.
That's great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So, we're going to our last 2 pitches. So, let's make sure that we give a very warm welcome here on the stage. Climate and Loop, where are you guys? Come on over. Climate and Loop. Okay. Oh, the one who didn't sleep out over the whole weekend. There's your mic. Here's a clicker. I'll set up the time for you. Are you ready? Let's go for it.
8 years before climate will irreversibly collapse. And the irony is that there is technologies which can really solve the problem and help us solve the problem. But they lack funds. And each of us here could help really deploy these technologies. So what we do is we are the platform which provide this possibility, and during 84 hours, we designed a concept which basically allows startup go to the platform, and with a few simple metrics, which is a waste, water usage, energy usage, product type, product impact type, and material usage and miles, make life cycle assessment and provide calculation which enables them understand what will be the future impact as a company. And we log that in the smart contract and mint fractional NFTs and soul-bound NFTs. Fractional NFTs are for corporations, and they basically obtain future impact when the companies will be operational. And soul-bound NFTs are for you, and you can decarbonize your life, whole life. So we started in this weekend as well, talk with a few climate tech companies and start to understand how they look on the project itself. And we calculate our impact, and what we assess that in 2030, if we will fund 1,000 of these kind of startups, we can rise net zero goals global by 17%. Sorry. And we are a team. We are a team of beautiful human beings, me and 3 team members with experience in sustainability, in climate tech, and in development. And we are looking for 50,000 for 3 months runway to deploy the solution and platform. Developers who could really help us accelerate that, and advisory board members. So, 8 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you can join the wait list. Scan the QR code and join the wait list. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You can keep that. Okay, so jury, you have a question?
Yeah, sure. Why do you believe that blockchain will enable your project better than the classic Web 2 technologies?
Because since we basically are selling future impacts, we need to trace them eventually, and we need to provide secure way how we can make these direct relationships with you and startup as example, or with big corporates and the startup as well. So that's why we believe that blockchain is the solution. And of course, the second part is 2 NFTs which we generate, and the soul-bound NFT for you, each of us, is without the blockchain it wouldn't be possible. So.
Why exactly the soul-bound NFTs? What do you want to do with them?
So they represent your lifetime emissions which you generate. And startup, by minting these NFTs, can help you decarbonize your life. And by doing that, you personally can really give a solution to our future problems.
Right.
Well done. I know, because we work closely together. LS life cycle assessment is important. It's not mandatory. If I am a T-shirt producer, just to put everything in perspective, if I am a T-shirt producer company, I come to you, I say I'm a startup, please do the life cycle assessment. And when after you finish my life cycle assessment for 100 T-shirts, 100 T-shirts means a lot of CO2 emissions. So you're gonna sell to him for to Riddle and Code Riddle & Code buys the CO2 emission of 100 t-shirts, and when I really sell these 100 t-shirts, he gets the money. Is that correct?
No, he gets the money. So basically, afterwards, when these companies start to become operational, you share the profit. The startup share the profit with the investor, basically. That's the one part. And of course, the investor obtain the impact which we generate. That's the idea. And Riddle & Code with your projects basically could be one of the verifications points in the process itself. And if we look on the similar projects which are assess carbon emissions, the difference is when you use life cycle assessment, then you can basically make and assess not only emissions. You can assess environmental impact in the sense that, as example, if it's an ocean type of solution, you can assess the impact which will be eventually not the emissions, but it will be eventually, as example, ocean cleanup. 1 ton of ocean cleanup. So basically 1 token represents 1 ton of environmental impact, which you in the future can obtain or reduce.
Okay. Thanks. So I see this as a kind of the monster interface into existing energy consumption, carbon offset, what have you, kind of interfaces and APIs that are out there from institutions. So you're a big data gatherer kind of, and then you put your own heuristics on that, or how do you
So we outside data we basically use as a benchmarks, just the benchmarks, and these inputs which provide companies as assessment is helping us calculate and then benchmark to these standardized or data sets which give the global view on life cycle assessments.
Yeah, sure. So it's a very hard problem because you have obviously different legislations and you have different data sources and whatever. Yeah. So how do you plan? And I like companies and startups who just don't give a shit and just start off and create facts and just momentum to in types of private initiatives because the regulation is too slow, right? So how do you how do you want to build traction? How do you want to win your first customers?
These are basically what we are targeting in the beginning is corporates, as example, who already are looking for these kind of companies, and all of them are looking.
Time is up. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Guys, we are on the last startup. You see, I told you we are flying by this event. We are going now to the last startup. But you have been such a great audience. I want to try something out. Have you guys ever heard of a Mexican wave? You've been such a great audience. It's the last startup. I need a lot of energy here. So I'm going to start the wave over here, send it all the way to the back, and then see if it comes all the way to us. Do you guys get it? Yes. All right, let's give it a try. Let's go, everybody. Oh, bring it back, bring it back. Oh, come on. Have you guys ever seen it? We almost had it. Almost. Let's try it one more time. All right, let's give it up. Nice! That's awesome! Thank you guys! Alright, so with this much energy, let's give it up for our last but not least, Chain H Capital! Come on guys, coming over. Give it up for them! Chain H Capital. So here's a clicker. Here's a mic. Thank you. And let me go ahead and restart the timer. No pressure, you're wrapping it up. So, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, let's go for it now.
Okay, good afternoon, and some of you may already know us. we are presenting in Chain Age Capital, a startup that strives to make profit for its investors with as less risk as possible. And at the same time to support other entrepreneurs who develop sustainable projects. And our challenge is to create a transparent fund with low entry point that every average person can participate in, so that everybody can take a part in changing our world for the better. I want you to imagine, hello? Something wrong.
Getting it better?
I'll stop the time. Sorry. So I want you to imagine an average young person. He is a student, he loves to live, he loves our planet, and he loves his family. And he wants to invest in something, for example, cryptocurrency. And, but he doesn't have enough knowledge to do it. He is still, it is a distant world. Yeah, there is some DeFi, DEXs, DeFi protocols and bridges. And he knows some things about traditional finance though. He heard about indexes and funds, so he wants to invest in the whole industry altogether. And he searched through the Twitter and finds Chain Age Capital, buys his NFTs and participates in the open source fund. What did he get from his investment? He gets a full coverage across multiple cryptocurrencies, investments in DeFi, and most important of all, now he can actually decide what startups he invests in, with the help of the community and a DAO. Every decision is made by the DAO and under supervision of experts, which provide useful information about microeconomics, trends, and and which startups are more likely to succeed, as well as monthly reports and market expertise. In this weekend, we accomplished a lot. We met some amazing people with interesting projects, done a lot of networking, and solved some major problems in our concept. And to make this idea come true, we need 3 months of fundraising to resolve all regulatory aspects, build a beta version, test it, audit it, do an advertising campaign, and finally find a market niche. Our team consists of Andrei Belov. He is an analyst with some financial background and experience in fintech. Me, I am an idea mastermind with experience in marketing and crypto. And Benedikt Runge, this is the guy who isn't here. He's the genius trader though, and probably most German person I ever met, because he's disciplined, very, very disciplined. Yeah, thank you for your attention. I will gladly answer everything.
Thank you very much. So, what I will ask the jury is actually just ask the question, and then I'll just repeat it so that people can hear it. Guys, please, it's just the last 5 minutes, so I need you a little bit to focus. So, because I need to repeat, we don't have a mic. So, who has?
Yes.
Yeah.
What makes your project sustainable?
What makes your project sustainable?
Sustainable in which way?
Contributing
to
SDGs.
Yeah, we want to invest in startups who develop this kind of things. So this is the major point.
Sorry, is this Benedict?
Huh?
Is this
No, this is not Benedict. This is Nadia. We found her at the last minute. Yeah, it's Nadia. It's not Benedict.
Okay.
So what does the NFT represent? Is it like your
It's
investment basket?
It's access to a fund. So basically, you buy an NFT, and you have access to startups. So where we invest in, cryptocurrencies that we buy, insurance, and a trading pool that will hedge and make a small short-term profit.
It's a static NFT, so you
Yeah.
get it as an access.
Yes,
and
yes.
matches that.
Actually, the NFT represents the agreement between the user and our fund.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Okay. And David?
Yeah. So
in general, you are trying to decrease the risks of venture funds. This is the main idea.
Also, but we want to. Do you mean why we use blockchain, or?
Yeah, the main problem you solve.
Yeah, we want to hedge and as basically as you said.
Using the technology, right?
Yeah.
To bring together the traditional ways to invest and the cryptocurrencies and the blockchain technologies, so the average customer could see in which assets are we directly investing in, like online. So this is our point of view. So, for example, hedge funds or other institutes need to report their activity, and it's not continuously, like it will be published per, I don't know, half year, quarterly and so on. And by our project, you can check it continuously every single moment. And we could also alert our clients if, for example, we find a project that we will invest in. We'll make a deal. We ask our clients which got NFTs, and the NFT is like your confirmation of your voting power. So you got an NFT, you got voting power, and you decide in which project are we going to invest in. And before we publish this deal, we also make our expertise on this project that it's gonna leave, actually.
Okay.
Somebody else? Vlad?
From the technology point of view, what NEAR enables you rather than like any other blockchain out there? Because most of the cryptocurrencies currently traded are actually ERC20 on Ethereum. So what's the role of NEAR here?
I like the fact that NEAR, being a big protocol, is still number, I think, 22 now. So there is a lot of possibilities, a lot of liquidity there as well. So we can make it more, and we can. There is as you said, there is a lot of blockchains we can use, but we're finding NEAR interesting as well.
So just continuation of that question. So you named NEAR as a promising project based on its price and total supply on the coin cap, as I mentioned.
Easy to make NFTs, and like my IT guys with whom I spoke about it, they find NEAR pretty well built and easy to use.
To use what?
For making smart contracts, which we
and
need.
Tell me more about the smart contracts you want to build.
To decentralize the whole thing, the investor will put his money on our master wallet, and then supply to this will automatically send to different treasuries that will collect.
Actually, the smart contracts will reduce the human factor. What's the most exciting tool we could use, like the traditional funds need SAP systems and other tools, and we could replace it with the blockchain. So just easy.
And that's all the time we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Capital. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. All right, so just gonna close this, come back to our main slide. And I want you guys to, everybody please raise your right hand right now. Please raise your right hand and give yourself a warm part on the shoulder. That was 11 pitches, everybody. 11. Thank you, all of you, for sitting there, listening to all of that, participating. Thank you to our jury for all those amazing questions. And to the startups for working over the weekend and presenting their projects. What's going to happen next? as the jury team is gonna go and then argue about which one is the best team and has the most potential over the next 20 minutes. I would like to ask everybody to go and grab something to drink, connect with each other, let's network, and then we meet back in this room for the final announcement. So let's go ahead and have some networking time, everybody.
We are meeting in the second meeting room, the same meeting room as before, okay? We are meeting at the second meeting room, okay?
Yeah.
2 minutes for toilet and so on. And
Can I take a picture of you in front of the slide? Energetic, I didn't get it quite right.
Good, nice to see you. Yes, it's been 3 years. So. Did you just arrive?
Yeah.
Nice. I can imagine that you have like a tour.
Yes, but today not really, but I was watching most of the pictures online and then I thought, okay, let's go for the final.
Nice.
I'm going to go on top.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. This is the weird part. We're like, yeah, everybody, let's do it together. Actually, I wanted to ask you if then for the final announcement when everybody's here in the room, if you can take some pictures from behind also like, or from all the way in the back that people can, like stuff that I can use as well to show that I was talking in front of people. Because, for example, this picture here, I cannot really use because it doesn't show I'm talking in front of people.
Yeah, so it's no problem if I walk through the
when I'm lonely in the dark. I know you are with me, yeah. Don't you see that I need you so much? Don't you see that I love you so much? Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling. finger on it, but it's there. Wait for it to subside, but my mind won't apply. Waiting for the clear. Is it bad? Sometimes I like it when I lose control. There's something in it that's so beautiful. Listen, I can see the light, but I can also see the bones decay. I don't know what else there is to say. I'm doing my best not to run away. Sitting throwing rocks across the pavement, hoping it'll cave in and swallow me whole. Wondering how the world keeps on spinning, kinda scared of living when it unfolds. Hard to see the light when everything is dying, waiting for the clear. Thankful I'm alive, but terrified of dying. But hey, I'm still here. Is it bad? Sometimes I like it when I lose control. There's something in it that's so beautiful. Listen, I can see the light, but I can also see the bones decay. I don't know what else there is to say. I'm doing my best not to run away. You're the night sky trying to make me see your stars, but the dark gets lonely. Now I see violet, I can feel silence, and the dark's all that I see. When your stars have burnt out and your heart makes no sound, I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. Be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You're the night sky hiding behind dark gray clouds. I can't figure you out now. I see your blue. There is so much cold in you, and the silence is so loud when you go. I just stay dancing with my shadow all day. Watch the time. I can't find the point where our two paths align. But you're the night sky. I'm trying to see your stars, but I've always feared the dark. Now I see violet. I can feel your silence. You always feel so far when your stars have burnt out and your heart makes no sound.
get lost inside my thoughts, and when I start to think, oh, the Tahoe closest starts to end up on the brink. I tried so hard, but all these scars, they cut so deep I bleed. I fell so fast from heaven, it's like someone clipped my wings. Now I'm falling, and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe, and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I wanna say goodbye.
Да, пошел.
Смешно, да, просто. Так он говорит, нет, там нет спойлера. Как нет спойлера? Oh, yeah. Oh, cool. Yeah. He's great. Okay, so you're friends with Stefan? Oh, really? So you're like a tattoo artist? Or a member?
Yes, we are not
Hey man, I gotta talk to you because they want me to be sort of like
All right, all right, all right. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? People! Welcome everybody back! Yes! I heard that finally, after an hour, the jury has made decisions. Chairs were flying, they were screaming, no, I want this team, I want this other one. So let's give it up for the jury for finally making it. Woo-hoo! All right, so I saw a lot of you got active during the networking time, and so I would like to play a little game with you. So if you have something to drink, raise your hand right now. We're gonna play a little game, so whenever you hear the word pitch and team and award, I would like to go and take a drink. So, are we clear? Yes. All right, pitch, 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 pitch. No, thank you everybody for your time and sticking around. We're super excited. We're gonna bring this whole event, this whole weekend is about to come to an end. I see you all looking for the bottles, I see that. So this whole weekend is about to come to an end. Now, before we can get to the awards, to the announcement, James, please, before we can get there, there is something extremely, extremely important to share with you. And for that, I would like to call here on the stage our friend from Crypto Mondays. Let's give it up for Josh. Please give it up for him.
What's up, everybody? All right, all right. Is everybody happy to be back and in real life events? Right? Crypto events, right? Right? I love the excitement, the energy here. I'm Josh. I'm from New York. But I also have a place in Vienna, and I'm the global liaison for Crypto Mondays. Crypto Mondays is the world's oldest and largest live meetup events in crypto, operating in 70 different cities around the world. Now 74 different cities around the world. We got communities all over Europe. We just have big things in Zurich, Paris, London, everywhere. But what city's missing on the list? Vienna. We had Near Protocol, the founders of Near Protocol in New York City last week. I couldn't make it. I couldn't make it to Davos because I said, oh, I want to be at this Near Protocol Hackathon and see what's really going on in Vienna, because a couple years ago there wasn't a crypto community here, man, but now it's coming up big time, right? So it's like a lot of excitement. So I was just talking with the DLT Austria, and we're looking at also different places here, different venues. Crypto Mondays is independently organized events, but our decentralized, our DAO will support with sponsors, with different venues. We'll make deals. We just made deals with all over France, for venues all over France. So if you want to get involved in coordination, we also bring top level speakers, people at the very top level, like Near Protocol, OpenSea. I don't know if you heard anybody in NFT here, anybody in NFTs. OpenSea was kicked off, launched at Crypto Mondays. And so we want to bring in startups. We want to bring in existing players in the blockchain space, from everything from DeFi, blockchain, NFTs, all that, to Crypto Mondays. We want to work with other events. Who wants more crypto blockchain events in Vienna, in Austria, right? Yeah. Right. So we're looking for people who want to work with me, as if you want to be the Crypto Mondays ambassador or coordinate something, or if you're a startup and want to be a special guest on Crypto Mondays, then we're going to make it happen. So I'm Josh. Just come say hi to me, all right? Or if you want to sign up on Crypto Mondays, you can also sign up for the newsletter. And we're going to stream Crypto Mondays Vienna all around the world to our 25,000 members, and I hope to kick it off already next month. So yeah, come talk to me about Crypto Mondays. Thanks a lot for the possibility. Amazing event this guy's set up. So another round of applause for the organizers of this great event.
Thank you very much. All right, so it is to my understanding that you have reached decisions, you have chosen, you have spoken with one another, and I'm sure, as we saw by how long the discussions were, that we have very tough choices to make here. But I want to thank you, all of you, for having it make it to this amazing hackathon. As you can see, everybody's super excited. I see that more and more people are coming into the room, new faces that I actually didn't see throughout the day, and that's definitely a good sign, because now we have a community that is growing and people care to see the pitches, and that's a great job, Sustainista. All right, so we have the awards. Obviously, what's going to happen is that I'm going to call one of the presenters here on the stage, and then, as we are going to announce that winning team, if we did excitement before with a Mexican wave, if we did excitement before with the drum rolls, well, that I hope was nothing. I want to see people on chairs. I want to see people drinking. I want to see people partying, celebrating how all this event comes to an end. Is that clear? Yeah. Are you sure? Yes, let's go for it. So, for the first award, let's get here on the stage for the Solopreneur Award. Kai, please come on over. So please present the award, but don't give it all away. Before we get the start of here, before the announcement, we gotta make a drum roll.
All right, thanks. So, boy, that was tough, right? I think 1 hour we could have set another 3 hours at least. So many great projects, and I think especially towards green energy and sustainability, which basically we reflect also as Real Code Energy. There were 3 projects that really touched on the relevant things out there that need to be changed, or where things can be changed. This is carbon footprints, this is definitely green certificates, and this is also crowdfunding of large clean projects. And it was very tough, but I think we chose a project that was available to everyone. It was very important for us. Everyone should be able to participate. And it is realistically to be implemented in near time. Yeah, so this was very important for us. I think this has also been checked by this project. And there's this, it creates an opportunity to reduce energy poverty. This is very important for us. And it supports definitely a faster rollout of clean energy sources, so accelerating the energy transition. And at the same time, it is helping to liberalize the market even further, not only the energy supply market, which is in Europe already quite liberalized. Every one of you can choose its own energy supplier, but also liberalizing the energy production market, so everyone can become an energy producer. Therefore, I want to have a drum roll for,
let's give it up for
the cheapest neighbor.
Cheapest neighbors coming over here on the team. Coming over here on the stage. Congratulations. Congratulations.
I just want to make sure, it was very, very tough, and these guys definitely deserved it, but all the other projects, I want to stay in touch. I'm really, really thankful. I'm really thankful about the great initiatives that you took, and you're all working on the relevant and the good stuff. Reach out, don't hesitate to reach out to Riddle.Code Energy to me. Stefan has also my contact details, and I'm happy to supply them afterwards to you. If you want to have any support from our side, we want to grow together, just get in touch, please.
Thank you very much, cheapest neighbor. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. You have the picture, right? Yeah. You took a picture, okay. Yes.
Good picture.
Perfect. All right. So there we go. Congrats, cheapest neighbors. So we go to the next award. David, coming over.
So, not so many of you choose to work with our protocol, but anyway, the work have you done? It's nice work, so we appreciate it very much. But sorry, yeah. What I like the most, it's a team which really work with the protocol, and I want to underline that the idea which you bring to us, we would probably use, not in the sustainability, but working with the finance streaming, so it's nice. And it's, should we do?
Let's go for a drum roll!
Crypto wealth.
There you go! Give them all! Coming over! Congrats, guys! Coming over! Get on the stage.
Yeah, guys, I was trying to support you as I could these days, and I really appreciate the work which you have done. And there were a lot of ideas they tried to bring to the stand, but so nice work, guys.
Thank you.
Should I?
Yes. Should we open it?
Right.
Okay. You got it?
Got it.
Congrats, Crypto Wall! Thank you, guys.
Yeah, and so, you know, you can use our protocol, you can not use that, but this is not the case. This is hackathon about sustainability, and my background is nearly connected with sustainable development and environmental ecology, and we also want to give an award to the guys who have done a lot to this day again. With the motivating color to make them to use that, or probably to look better on that. It's again, can I announce that without any movements? Or?
No, we gotta do drum roll.
Okay,
So let's give it up for...
It's again solopreneurs, yeah, guys. Yeah, sorry.
What?
Solo neighbor, cheapest neighbor. Sorry.
Cheapest neighbors, come back here again.
Yeah, sorry, it was really tough to decide who's the winner. Yes, but guys, the concept you have done, the streaming lays exactly on so what you can do so with the solar energy, and you can stream funds. It's with the streaming energy. So think about it. It's some kind of motivation point from us. Yeah, and thank you guys.
All right, thank you, congrats. Give the neighbors. Thank you very much, David. All right. Let's go to the next award. Let's give it up for Vorna. Please come over here on the stage to make the announcement.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for participating. I really appreciate each and all of you for participating. As someone who belongs to DLT Austria, we treasure communities, we treasure togetherness, and we recognize the value of music and artists. Life would be a tragedy without music. Now, the innovative business model. It was quite difficult actually to spot the innovative business model in all of the project ideas. We have one, and we believe they somehow represent a quite innovative business model. And the innovation there is because they want to bring the best to Austrian market when it comes to music. So let's start the drum.
Surprise, surprise! Let's give it up for
this side.
Where are you guys? Come in. Congrats!
Congratulations, and I hope that with music you make humanity more sustainable. Yeah?
Okay, thank you. Congrats, guys. B-side. Thank you, Moira. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to the next award. Sustainista. Stefan, please come on over.
So, it was really tough, so many great projects, and as you know, so many projects also with sustainability focus. So I think it took me 15 minutes to think about it, and I don't want to now waste time speaking.
Congratulations, guys. Congrats.
So it's just $500 in near token, but I think besides this small money, moreover, it is also a partnership, hopefully a sustainable partnership over the next months and hopefully for longer time, where we make business together, where we can also grow together and also work with our customers, so to say, to elaborate more on it and grow together. So you get the wine also. And yeah, we need to somehow make the photo.
Should we do a group? Get closer.
For sure. Enjoy it.
Let's go. Yeah. Let's go. 3, 2, 1.
Ha 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 ha.
Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you guys. Thank you very much. Congratulations, dear Data. Okay, so let's move on to the next award. Please come here on the stage. We got two people coming here now to the stage, Vlad and Maria, but we only have one mic, so.
So hi, you probably know me. I'm Maria from here. So we gave out those special mention prizes, not because we didn't like it that much, but because we wanted to encourage you to keep working on your project, and we will have a big online hackathon, MetaBuild 3, in August, and you can join with your idea, and you will probably work on it a little bit more to fit the description, to fit the task, and please don't drop out of the ecosystem. Please keep working, and at MetaBuild you can probably compete for even bigger prizes. That said, we also have some special mentions. Vlad, handing over to you.
Yeah, well, I want to mention that we are all around the globe, including Vienna. So I'm personally staying in Vienna, and invite you over to reach out to me and have some chat with you.
Which co-working? Which is your co-working space?
I hope
street and number.
Where can we find you during the week?
You can find me on Discord, and we'll start from there.
Oh, we can invite you to the beach house.
My home address is. Cool. Yeah, so we have pretty cool awards, but we'll start with
Drum roll.
with drum roll.
Let's give it up for
Grid Protocol.
Grid Protocol. Grid Protocol. Congrats, guys.
High five.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
Great work.
Let's take a picture.
Smile.
All right.
Where we have to look at
Everywhere.
We also can you pass
Yeah,
the
there's
board?
also some wine.
Here's your wine.
Forget that.
Celebrate.
Okay, guys, congratulations. Green Protocol.
Thank you for participating. Yeah.
So another special mention goes to Project Puri.
Woo! Puri, where are you guys? Chris and Manfred. Congratulations, guys. All your content. There you go. Perfect.
Thank you.
Great work.
Oh,
With about the first beat should be about here. Or is it? Should we ever name it with? Should we say like first Puri should go to near? How do you name the NFT Pur?
They're purrs.
Purs. Okay. Okay. Good. And
One of the main prizes.
yeah, we have two main prizes here.
Drum roll.
okay, let's give it up for
Let's step a little bit forward.
Forward. Yeah. Take a photo.
A little bit more to the X.
The X marks
The X. And smile.
Okay. So we can have one last prize, is that correct? So, all right, everybody, it's the last award of the day.
So we decided why have just one big prize when we can have two. And another big prize goes to Blockchain Loyalty!
Congratulations, guys! Blockchain Loyalty!
Come forward.
We have one member with us.
Big smile. Thanks.
Nice. Blockchain Loyalty.
Amazing job, everyone. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and as Maria already told us, don't hesitate to reach out to us, and we have a very wide community all around the globe. So even if you travel somewhere, find your community there or find your own. So we'll see how that goes. It's decentralized, so you can be the same as us here, being here, just presenting your own hackathons or events. So congrats on all the winners, and I hope it was a great event for everybody. Thank you. And I have one special mention that this whole hackathon could not have happened if we would not have this great organizer here, Stefan. Yeah! A round of applause for this great hackathon.
Thank you, but I have to give all these props back to you, Vlad, Maria, and the whole NEAR team. Without you, this hackathon haven't been here, so to say. So thank you for that, and I really believe that this is just the start. So this is also what we intended with this hackathon. So also many teams got now, when we are honest, small money, but it's a starting point to let the seed grow to hopefully a big plant of company. So to say, the ones are working with Riddle and Code, others will work with Sustainista, others will work like the blockchain loyalty program, hopefully with many small and medium-sized enterprises in Vienna, or B-Side, which will hopefully work with many artists in Vienna. So I also invite you then, Vlad, as you are staying in Vienna, and I know your home address, I will leak it. I will leak it if you're not coming to our first NEAR Stammtisch then in a month, where we get hopefully a lot of beers and enjoy the sun somewhere in Vienna. I will launch that soon, and as said, I promise I will leak your address. Good. What's else to say? I really have to say thank you to all of these great people are working here. Like we have here Alin, our co-founder. You have to give him an applause. Or Iman, which is sitting there, our also great team member. Then I see in the far back, I see the tallest guy here, Alexander Pink, which is also our team member. And not to forget all the voluntary helpers, as we see here, one lifesaver, Adam, back there, which saved at the opening our life. And next to him also a very inspiring person, Alex, which is also a volunteer at the hackathon. And then for all of you guys, for sure, you received the biggest applause, because what is a hackathon about? It's about people. And people coming together, drinking, so you had a lot of beers. I see all these empty cans, which we had over this weekend, so we have to now also compensate that somehow. We will work on that. And also these great talks you all had from Voina, chatting, I think, nearly all the time with many, many teams giving input, as well as the other great mentors, which are some of them also now here in the room. Okay, last but not least, I also want to thank Juan. How was it for you? How was it for you?
It was awesome. I have to say that that it's great to see how. So in 7 years that I've been part of the startup community, I think this is the first time that I get to experience a blockchain hackathon, and I'm surprised to see so many people, so many developed projects. Like people are so interested, like such a strong community in Vienna that I didn't know existed, and I appreciate the opportunity and inviting me to be part of that. So. Congratulations to all of you. Thank you very much. And it's exciting to see what is happening here. I know Josh mentions that he has seen bigger stuff around the world, but it's great to see we have to start somewhere. And it's great to see that it's happening here too. So, yeah.
Okay. So last but not least, also when you go outside, try to get some waste which is somewhere to also help us keeping the whole space clean, because yeah, tomorrow there will be again the usual office workers here. And last but not least, I think we all receive just a big applause for ourselves. So give us a last time a big applause, then you get another beer, and then you drink it, and afterwards you go home. So thank you so much. And now a real last thing, for the winners, please give interviews. So our great Oscar here and also Ali will interview you now, the winners, and also hopefully the jury members if they have time. Okay? So,
So the very last thing before you go have this last beer, if you want to receive your award, and I believe you want to, please follow us on Discord, and Stefan will be publishing the instructions pretty soon. Thank you.